Okay, guys, welcome back. And today we're playing some more City Skylines. And unfortunately, I do have some pretty bad news. Now, it's not related to me personally, thankfully, but it's worse. Because it's going to, well, I am not joking. I don't want to sound like a person that panics over that, but I need to get something across to you guys. And it's gonna sound really crazy at first, but the United States is like really in danger right now. And you might be saying, Race, you dumbass, what do you mean? Okay, the United States is this big old power, and how can it be in danger? Just BS. Okay, let me break it down for you. And before I do this, I want to just give a really big heads up. Crap. I don't get political, alright? It's because I try to avoid strife. But just to be clear, before we go into this, I do not identify with any of the left or the right. I have ideals from, well, both, but I fairly heavily oppose both sides, and I think I have the right to that. It's a right to an opinion. But what I'm about to say, just take that in mind, alright? Alright, so I want to get into this. So what am I talking about when I say stuff could get bad? Well, today I learned about a project that has been going on for a few years. I'm very glad I just picked it up on it now. And it's called Project 2025. Alright? Now again, I do have to preface that I might get political, alright? I'm going to try to be as peaceful as possible. But there's going to be some things I'm about to say that people may not agree with. And if you don't agree with me, don't be hostile. Don't be aggressive, alright? This is not the YouTube channel. I try to keep politics out in the first place because it creates such a hostile and hateful atmosphere. But I have to draw the line because we are in some pretty deep shit. I'm being very serious. Okay, with all that said, might get political bullshit, alright? Alright, let's do this, alright? So I have about a project called Project 2025. What is Project 2025, alright? Project 225 is a plan that basically sees the entire, a reorganization of the entire government. This isn't itty bitty bills, though. This is a big deal. And if it's passed, America as a whole could change. And I'm not saying, and a lot of people say that oh, it could change, it could change, and it really doesn't. But here's where it gets a little bit interesting. And if you are in a minority group, I do recommend you pay attention right the hell now, because this is where it gets scary. I think anybody, even people in the conservative right party, should be very scared of this. And I'm being serious. Basically, if this bill is allowed to go into effect, if this plan succeeds, this could turn America into a far-right totalitarian state. I'm talking, I don't want to be the people leftist dictator. No, I'm being serious. This could turn the U.S. into essentially a dictatorship. Not only a dictatorship, a Christian nationalist dictatorship. Now, what do I mean by that? This is something that reminds me of Nazi Germany. I mean, I'm saying civil rights re-rolled 60 years back, free speech probably interrupted, and more. Basically, if a right-wing person is going to be put into power, they are going to basically reorganize the government and make it where absolutely nobody can oppose them. Okay? Do you know who else did that? And people like to bring the Germans from World War II into this and say, oh, everybody's like this, but I'm being serious, okay? I don't like to blow things out of proportion like this, but I am being very, very serious from what I'm saying right now. Is that if this plan goes through, democracy as a whole is gone. Free speech will probably be heavily impeded. Same-sex marriage, gone. Racial equality, gone. It will evaporate. Like that. And I'm not, and this gets bigger too. I'm talking, they're saying FBI, gone. Homeland Defense Security, gone. And the FBI has done some really bad shit. But we need them as a whole. And also, Department of Homeland Security, gone. Well, Ray Savage, you're probably just a conspiracy theory. Okay, look this up. This isn't like very hard to find. In fact, Project 2025 has its own website. And I kept reading into this. Like, this is terrifying. Like, everything you know about America could just flip on its head right now. Your freedoms could be at stake. In my opinion, I honestly think, even if you're a conservative, even if you're liberal, it does not matter who you are. You need to stand up. Alright? And you know what? If you support this bill, I'm not going to stop you. I can't do anything in my power to stop you. But I'm going to ask you right now to reconsider. Alright? I need to ask you to reconsider, because this is terrifying. And usually when a bill happens, I'm not scared of it or anything. No, I'm talking like this could essentially just turn America into a dictatorship. You know, the thing we founded not to become, we are becoming that. I kept reading into this, and it horrifies me the more I look into it. I'm not a big fan of doom scrolling, but like this, we're talking we could be reset back to the 60s. This needs to be stopped. So yeah, this is Michigan Advance. It says Trump has vowed on day one to invoke an insurrection act to deploy the military to violently crush any protest or dissent. He plans to purge the Justice Department if anybody seems disloyal and deploy across 4 federal agencies a 50,000 strong block of loyalists to defend legal, judicial, and okay, this isn't like, okay, we're gonna get in, we're gonna change the laws. No, he is going to get in and enact military change. And the fact that he's willing to go to, like, he's trying to violently, you know, hold on, is Michigan, yes. Is it bias? This is the biggest threat. And honestly, if this plan goes through and this actually happens, I can't believe I'm saying this, I will emigrate. Like, I have never really wanted to leave the United States. I will consider emigrating from this country if this happens. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, boo-hoo, I don't like, no, like, this actually can... I'm on the spectrum. This could threaten me as a person, and I don't want to be here if it happens. So if this actually goes through, which I know there's going to be resistance, I hope it does not go through. This will threaten American freedom as a whole, and it needs to be challenged in every power. Like, we as a people, conservative, liberal, libertarian, everybody, we need to stand up and fight this. This isn't conservative. This is fascist. It cannot be allowed to exist. If the founding fathers learned about this, what would they think? They would be disgusted. You have to watch this video about it.
How about the president, doesn't it? That means that it is not illegal.
It's a thing called Article 2. Nobody ever mentions Article 2.
More importantly, Article 2 allows me to do whatever I want.
Our common theme is
do
to
whatever.
take down the administrative state, the bureaucracy, preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state.
For the last 18
The deep
months,
state, really?
From every corner of the far right.
They seriously believe in the deep state?
Think tanks to former members of the Trump administration to tenured academics have been working both publicly and privately on a new project. The project's goal: to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, uniting the conservative movement in the American
You know what?
people against.
I'm gonna be honest. I am not a big fan of the left, okay? I'd rather have them lead me than this, alright? And that's me saying something, alright? Even though I believe, like, I'm not a big fan of the left, right? But I still believe, like, in gay marriage. That should be a thing. Trans rights should be a thing. I believe whoever you are, I don't care who you are, where you identify as, you should have rights. End of discussion. It's just the United States, right? But I just don't like how they run the country. But this is making me actually consider my choices as a person. I mean, our Democratic president, in my opinion, is not the best right now, but I can imagine he's probably gonna be better than whatever the hell this is.
Elite rule and woke culture warriors. And the stakes are high. According to this group, if we fail, the fight for the very idea of America may be lost. Last month, this group of far-right leaders, known as Project 2025, released a 920-page manifesto titled Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. In it, the document's 35 different named authors, united and copyrighted by the Far-Right Heritage Foundation, lay out an explicit, comprehensive plan to completely overhaul the U.S. government from the inside out, with the ultimate goal of furthering far-right wedge issues and concentrating as much power as possible in the hands of the president. Project 2025 is touted as the ultimate solution to paving the way for the next conservative administration, which they believe will take power in January 2025. While the entire project,
that's not far away.
Points that Trump has
that's
left
very.
on his presidency and campaign.
That's 7 months. Instead of doing this, you guys could be, you know, helping people. Like, we have so many issues, but these guys,
the leaders
both
of this
sides,
project made clear that the plan is not dependent on a specific person winning the Republican nomination and ultimately the White House. Instead,
that's the problem, is that they want
for the next
multiple.
conservative executive, whoever they may be, to push the limits of presidential power so far that they will answer to no one, wreaking havoc on the delicate
no one.
three branches of government that have allowed us to function as a democracy for nearly 2.5 centuries. This is the conservative plan to take over the country. Roll the intro.
Usually I would say, oh, this is just propaganda. But, like, I mean, I read into it. And I made my own choices. How's making the world around you?
A lot of you like to assume that lawyers universally are millionaires, and while it's true that there are quite a few millionaire lawyers, media debt. Launched in April 2022, Project 2025 is the brainchild of the far-right think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which deserves its own entire video for all the shady shit that they've been up to over the last 40-plus years. Project 2025 is systematically building the future of the conservative movement and promoting policy objectives that would have devastating consequences not only in our government, but for every person living in this country. That might sound hyperbolic when I'm telling you I cover a lot of batshit stories about conservatives, and this one has me spooked as hell, y'all. Their plan to further these goals has 4 pillars. Pillar number 1 is the policy, embodied in that 920-page manifesto they dropped last month. Pillar number 2 is the personnel database, described as the conservative LinkedIn. The objective of the database is to collect resumes and information for thousands and thousands of conservatives from all walks of life.
I'd almost rather live in China,
in order to
dude.
source the best candidates to pack every branch and administrative body.
Dude, if this happens, you speak out against the government, your ass is cooked.
Personnel and the chosen warriors who will infiltrate the government at every level are properly prepared to represent the conservative goals set forth in the policy. Project 2025 relies on pillar number 3, training. Through an online institute, Project 2025 will prepare the foot soldiers of the conservative agenda to push their policies from day 1. And because they've been preparing for years, they will be ready on day 1 of the new conservative presidency, thanks to pillar number 4. Pillar number 4 is the 180-day playbook, the step-by-step guide for the next conservative president to implement the policies laid out in the manifesto as quickly and systematically as possible in the first 180 days of their term. Through these 4 pillars, policy, personnel, training, and the playbook, Project 2025 aims to overhaul the entire U.S. government from the inside out, putting in place
Like, they're gonna flip it. They're gonna, like, just completely flip it on its belly and rework the government? Like, bro? Why can't everybody just get along? That guy... He's like walking like this. He's like floating. But then when you go close to him, he's moving his legs. Oh, there goes a... Oh, okay. Provide some funding.
Important government agencies, all in the name of the Constitution and good, white, Christian family values. Let's take each pillar in turn, though we will be spending the bulk of our time on pillar 1, the policy, because we have 920 pages to cover, and it is the most fleshed out and horrific part of the plan so far. Project 2025 published their 920-page Mandate for Leadership Policy Manifesto as a free PDF on their website. I considered getting a physical copy to be able to wave around for you just to see what it looks like printed, but that would require me to give $35 to the Heritage Foundation, so digital will do. That being said, I did not, unfortunately, read 920 pages of this thing, though I don't think it's a bad idea to do so. I did, however, read the first 50 pages of the PDF, including the list of organizers, authors, the introductory note, and the foreword, to get a good flavor of what's going on. And frankly, entire books could be in half been written on some of the batshit theories and doctrines they rely on, just in the introduction alone. So we have plenty to dig into. Plus, the work of journalists who have pored over the manifesto at length will help us in our dizzying tour of the policies laid out in this manifesto. So let's get into it. The policy book is divided into 5 sections. 1. Taking the reins of government. 2. The common defense. 3. The general welfare. 4. The economy. And 5. Independent regulatory agencies. The note at the beginning of the paper, authored by Project 2025 Director Paul Dans, a former Trump official, lays out what's at stake. The long march of cultural Marxism through our institutions has come to pass. The federal government is a behemoth, weaponized against American citizens and conservative values, with freedom and liberty under siege as never before. The task at hand to reverse this tide and restore our republic to its original moorings is too great for any one conservative policy shop to spearhead. It requires the collective action of our movement. With the quickening approach of January 2025, we have 2 years and 1 chance to get it right. The language throughout the policy manifesto and the Project 2025 website is militant, clearly meant to play into the fears and the patriotic duty that far-right constituents feel so strongly. The same militant language that led to the righteous anger of the January 6th insurrection. The report starts with, "We want you." The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is the conservative movement's unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20th, 2025. Welcome to the mission. By opening this book, you are now a part of it. Indeed, one set of eyes reading these pages will be those of the 47th President of the United States, and we hope every other reader will join in making the incoming administration a success. And I know this, it's not explicitly about Trump, but listen, we all know that man is not reading a 920-page manifesto in the unlikely chance that he does take the White House in January 2025. Get real. But you get the vibe. This is positioned as a mandate, making readers, ostensibly the conservative foot soldiers who'll do their bidding, feel like they're in on a top-secret mission, like this is some G.I. Joe mission.
No kidding.
The authors know that is the absolute conservative
White Lives Matter, dude. What the hell are those people's signs?
All the conservative wedge issues and talking points that have been flying around over the last few decades, all of which are addressed at length in the document. Look at America under the ruling and cultural elite today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets, drug overdose deaths continue to escalate, and children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism.
Whoa! What? Whoa! Did you just say transgenderism? Oh, careful. Oh, so evil, dude. You don't. Dude, I literally go to a school where I saw like 4 transgender people, and they're like honestly probably the most kind people you can actually meet. They're chill. They're not even mean. Professional dumper? What did I just fill 5 landfill sites? That is not something to be proud of right there. I do not want to fill 5 land. I want to burn it all. Burn all the trash. Burn all the trash. We need to burn all this trash.
Queens and pornography invading their school libraries. Overseas, a totalitarian communist dictatorship in Beijing.
By the way, I love how it's saying like queer pornography in libraries. I went to a library and I was a book sorter. I worked there for at least over a year. I have never seen anything like that in the kids section. There were queer books in the kids section, and I peeked in them, and they weren't bad. But the thing is that how these people work is they're not going to look, they're not going to try to prove that wrong. They'll believe anything they see on the internet.
A strategic, cultural, and economic Cold War against America's interests.
That's ironic.
Evil, all while globalist elites in Washington awaken only slowly to that growing threat. Moreover, low-income communities are drowning in addiction and government dependence. Contemporary elites have even repurposed the worst ingredients of 1970s radical chic to build the totalitarian cult known today as the Great Awakening. Most alarming of all,
this is cute, honestly.
Our society are in peril. The forward goes on.
They're right. Our society is in peril, but they're the ones threatening it.
Restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. 2. Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American.
Return it to.
Defend our
That is ironic.
sovereignty, borders, and bounty.
That's ironic.
4. Secure our God-given individual rights to live freely. What our Constitution calls
Separation
the
of.
blessings of liberty. And the
Literally
manifesto
separation
goes
of
on to
church
lay
and
out
state
over
people.
920 pages and 5 sections how they plan on furthering those 4 fronts. Chief among the policies promoted in the manifesto are a gutting of the administrative state and furtherance of the unitary executive theory, which we'll get into what those mean, plus anti-globalist and anti-environmentalist policies.
And also anti-environmentalists. But listen, that's just a doom. That's just doom waiting to happen, honestly. Because here's what's going to happen. What we're going to do is we're going to use every single resource, and America is going to go basically bankrupt without a way to regulate our resource goals. We are going to screw ourselves over. We are going to shoot ourselves in the foot, practically. These guys don't.
Continue the flourishing of American commerce, plus draconian anti-LGBTQ plus policies, and a centering of religion and the traditional family unit in every
we need to remove anything with the traditional family values in it.
By far the scariest aspect of the policy, and the one getting the most critical commentary, is the absolutist commitment to gutting the administrative state and concentrating power into the hands of the president. The administrative state is sometimes called the 4th branch of government, and there have been debates for centuries as to whether it's constitutional. You know, all those agencies like the EPA, Social Security, Security Agency, HUD, FEMA, the Fed, the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, all of those governmental bodies that manage the administration of day-to-day operation of the country and promulgate regulations for everything from transportation to healthcare to food to clean water. That's the administrative state. It's not technically in the Constitution, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not constitutional. And listen, most law students take an admin law class, and I can tell you right now that shit is dry. I barely could keep my eyes open during that class, so I won't bore you with too much detail, but this issue does take on a new and much more important meaning when you learn what Project 2025 wants to do about it. So here's some Admin Law 101. Admin law governs the structure, decision processes, and behavior of administrative agencies. Those agencies are created by statute, executive order, or by state constitutions. Admin agencies are also referred to as commissions, boards, authorities, bureaus, offices, departments, divisions, etc. They're created by executive order, meaning when the president says so, or by Congress. Say Congress passes a law saying something is illegal. In that same law, they might say, we also create this new agency, and this agency is tasked with overseeing and implementing this law. For example, the Federal Food and Drug Administration was created by the Pure Food and Drugs Act of 1906 to oversee the implementation of that law. The main functions of administrative agencies are to investigate, make rules, and adjudicate. That's why there's administrative law courts. They're not state or federal courts, they're separate, less...
They want to also, like, override other branches of government, which are there to limit this from happening.
Can be appealed up to state and federal courts, but most of the day-to-day workings of administrative agencies happen within the agencies and their courts. That doesn't mean, however, that there is zero oversight of these agencies. Like I said, rulings in the admin law courts can be appealed to state and federal courts. Congress can pass laws like the Administrative Procedure Act to rein in administrative agencies, and Congress also still controls the purse strings. The first federal admin agency
choke right there.
Created in 1789 when Congress was still chock-a-block full of original framers of the Constitution, I might add, which does back up claims that the administrative bodies are implied in the Constitution. The idea behind creating these agencies, instead of having Congress or the president alone in charge of implementing the laws, because it turns out it takes a lot of work to run a country, and agencies are in charge of creating a lot of regulations. Further, agencies are staffed by subject matter experts, at least in theory. So, for example, the people in the EPA have spent their careers learning about environmental policy and regulation, and are therefore much better positioned to implement a law than the lone president or congresspeople. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld the constitutionality of administrative agencies and tends to give a lot of deference to their decisions because they are the subject matter experts. While Congress often creates the agencies, most of them technically fall under the purview of the executive branch, of which the president is the head, because the Constitution vests the power to faithfully execute the laws of the country in the president in Article 2. Admin agencies do just that. They execute the laws, and they oversee said execution in a way that a single executive couldn't, and also in a way that ensures extensive checks and balances over executive authority. But this is why the president typically appoints heads of all these agencies, because they're technically part of the executive branch. But while the heads of those agencies come and go with the politics of the time, the people operating under them are not tied to politics or a president and tend to make careers out of working in those agencies. This again creates a modicum of separations of powers and ensures that people with subject matter expertise are staffing these agencies. So sure, you can appoint the Attorney General as president, but you can't fire all the prosecutors who don't agree with you. I was working at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston the day that Jeff Sessions was fired, and the jubilation some of those lawyers felt, it was palpable. And they don't have to worry about losing their job because of that. Not for now. Okay, so this is why administrative law is considered the fourth branch of government. It wields a lot of power. Some would say too much power, which is why Project 2025 is so dead set on gutting administrative bodies. Are we on the same page? Great. You are now more of an expert on admin law than 99% of the US population. The foreword in Project 2025's policy manifesto lays out their objections to the current state of affairs. Congress passes intentionally vague laws that delegate decision-making over a given issue to a federal agency. That agency's bureaucrats, not just unelected but seemingly unfireable, then leap at the chance to fill the vacuum created by Congress's preening cowardice. The federal government is growing larger and less constitutionally accountable, even to the president president every year. Okay, so they're saying
Okay.
there's too many bureaucrats and the president doesn't have enough power. It continues. The conservative promise lays out how to fire supposedly unfireable federal bureaucrats, how to shutter wasteful and corrupt bureaus and offices, how to muzzle woke propaganda at every level of government, how to restore the American people's constitutional authority over the administrative state.
That's
and how to
ironic they
save
say
untold
restore
taxpayer dollars in the
constitutional
process.
all
So
that
they're
stuff.
basically Ron Swansoning the government, attempting to put people in places of power to dismantle federal agencies from the inside. Except it's not a fun joke about a lovable libertarian with a mustache. It has far-reaching consequences that are made all the more dire when you learn about the unitary executive theory, the theory upon which many of the Project 2025 recommendations rely. Okay, we got admin law, unitary executive theory. We are getting into some deep constitutional law principles today, my friends. And if you want even more of a primer on constitutional law, check out my free 2-week email course called Smartass Civics. Sign up to receive daily bite-sized morsels of con law delivered straight to your inbox. You'll be beating your racist Uncle Rick at arguments by Thanksgiving. Link in the description. Okay, so unitary executive theory. It's this batshit theory that has only been made up in the last few decades. In fact, we have our good old friend Ronald fucking Reagan to blame once again for its proliferation, because of course. The theory came to prominence during Reagan, but really put down roots during the presidency of George W. Bush. Basically, the theory rejects the idea of 3 equal branches of government put in place to ensure a rigorous system of checks and balances so no one branch becomes too powerful. Instead, the unitary executive theory says actually, inherent in Article 2 of the Constitution, the president has complete control of the executive branch. So Congress is supposed to be concentrated in the hands of the one singular executive. Reagan's lawyers came up with the idea in order to push deregulatory efforts. Bush Jr. used it to lend validity to his exercises of power after 9/11. While Obama expressed a more modest view of presidential power initially, he too exercised authority that circumvented Congress in several policy areas, especially in the deployment of U.S. military forces overseas. And then Trump, of course, came in and was like, hold my Big Mac. Let me try this. And he frequently tested the bounds of acceptable exercise of executive power, from Muslim bans to the border to threatening sanctuary cities. He declared over and over that his authority extended to overriding congressional laws and funding authority. As one judge stated in response to Trump's threats against sanctuary cities, the separation of powers acts as a check on
Cities,
tyranny
railways,
and the
instead of
concentration of
cities,
power.
skylines.
The executive branch can determine policy and then use the power of the purse to mandate compliance with that policy by the state and local governments, all without authorization or even acquiescence of
That poor
elected
criminal.
legislators. That check against tyranny is forsaken. Trump considered himself and his presidential powers not only beyond the bounds of Congress, but even beyond the bounds of judicial review, arguing that his travel ban was unreviewable by the federal courts. The judge in that case declared there is no precedent to support this claimed unreviewability, which runs contrary to the fundamental structure of our constitutional democracy. Even scholars who are in favor of wide-reaching executive power are appalled at Trump's behavior. John Yoo advocates in favor of the unitary executive theory and famously wrote a memo defending the legality of waterboarding under Bush. But he also wrote a New York Times editorial entitled Executive Power Run Amok, saying, even I have grave concerns about Mr. Trump's uses of presidential power. Yikes. But it appears that Project 2025 is supporting the idea that the president should constitutionally be entitled to vast levels of control over all administrative agencies, what they do, and who runs and staffs them from the top down, and Congress should have no ability to check that executive authority. Many constitutional law scholars argue that this is beyond the bounds of the Constitution, no matter how you look at it. But the first administration of Donald Trump, whether or not there's a second, has already done the damage. As Jeffrey Crouch writes in his 2020 book on the unitary executive theory, yes, there are entire books about this, once precedents have been established for presidents to exercise expansive presidential powers with little pushback, future chief executives will be less likely to feel responsible for dialing them back. And Project 2025 is betting on just that, with its expansive overhaul of every administrative agency in the country. If he does get back in the White House, Trump has made clear that he'll finish what he started, declaring he will find and remove the radicals who have infiltrated the Federal Department of Education, and promising to demolish the deep state.
We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that hates our country.
He plans
that hates our country.
called Schedule
That's
F,
cute.
a plan that Project
Please,
2025
keep going.
appears to adopt as well. In the waning days of Trump's presidency, he passed an executive order called Creating Schedule F in the Accepted Service. This order removed employment protections from career officials, those who work in government agencies in a non-political, non-appointed position, deeming them Schedule F employees who may be fired at will by the president, presumably if they don't show sufficient loyalty or execute the duties of the agency in the way the president deems necessary, effectively stripping any sort of checks or balances on the president's ability to control federal agencies from the top down. In fact, two former Trump White House aides, Johnny McKenty and Russell Vought, who were instrumental to Schedule F, are also involved in Project 2025, indicating a continuation of the policy by whatever conservative president next takes the White House. McKenty is quoted as saying, "Our current executive branch was conceived of by liberals for the purpose of promulgating liberal policies. There is no way to make the existing structure function in a conservative manner. It's not enough to get the personnel right. What's necessary is a complete system overhaul." And that is at the heart of Project 2025's plan. None of their policies and wedge issues work without gutting the administrative states and concentrating more power in the hands of the president. Of course, their goal is also to pack Congress and the courts with as many conservatives as possible, but that's less of a problem when you establish an executive with unchecked power. And through that unchecked power, the new conservative executive will be able to gut agencies and put people in place to further conservative agendas. Those include a push away from environmental protections in favor of becoming a fossil fuels industry leader, a move away from what they call globalism,
Great, big oil's is doing their thing again.
bring jobs back from overseas, and the foreword to the manifesto declares, "Those who run our so-called American corporations have bent to the will of the woke agenda and care more for their foreign investors and organizations than their American workers and customers." Today, nearly every top-tier U.S. university president or Wall Street hedge fund manager has more in common with a socialist European head of state than with the parents
Does
of a high school.
this remind anybody about something? Let's see. Oh yeah, right. The frickin' communist scare? Dude, this is just straight up like communism. Like when you were basically outed as a communist, you were basically screwed. This is a warning. We learned this lesson. Well, not really. Apparently, we didn't learn this lesson from the 1950s. Holy, oh my goodness. Right after I just destroyed this entire industrial spot, my profit doubled. Man, it's probably because all this stuff's getting resources.
Football game in Waco, Texas. Many elites' entire identity, it seems, is wrapped up in their sense of superiority over those people. But under our Constitution, they are the mere equals of the workers who shower
Equals
afterwards,
that's a funny word to say.
And while that passage is absolutely unhinged for many reasons, there are a few things we can agree on here. American corporations absolutely do care more for their foreign investors and organizations.
Oh yeah, American corporations can shove it.
Yeah, they hide behind woke language like DEI while also being awful for workers, the environment, and equality writ large. But I think conservatives genuinely think that corporations actually believe the DEI bullshit they spew, and that it's not just a way to avoid lawsuits. Like, come on guys, I bet you're a little smarter than that. Also, I would wager a bet that the framers of our Constitution, largely products of the Academy, did not consider themselves equal to laborers who showered after work. The policy also shows an outsized obsession with China, another popular conservative talking point, saying that China is a totalitarian enemy of the United States, not a strategic partner or fair competitor, and that America's elites have betrayed the American people. The solution to all of the above problems is not to tinker with this or that government program to replace this or that bureaucrat. These are problems not of technocratic efficiency, but of national sovereignty and constitutional governance. We solve them not by trimming and reshaping the leaves, but by ripping out the trees, root and branch. The report goes on to say, illegal immigration should be ended, not mitigated. The border sealed, not reprioritized. Economic engagement with China should be ended, not rethought. Our manufacturing and industrial base should be restored, not allowed to deteriorate further. Confucius Institutes, TikTok, and any other arm of Chinese propaganda and espionage.
That's the only thing that I think I'll agree with this passage. TikTok just needs to go.
Project 2025 is the proliferation of LGBTQ ideas and transgenderism.
Whoa, it's so bad.
Measures that many critics are saying would effectively criminalize LGBTQ expression. As the forward to the
That's
manifesto
another big
says,
problem with
the
it.
next conservative president
Yeah, guys, we care about people Hey, are you transgender? Yeah, binary, because definitely not good. Also, gonna have to leave you guys up. Basically, literally, America as a general.
Sections of American civil society, hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with
These guys are children.
orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender equality, gender
Aw,
equity,
shoot, we got
gender
empty.
awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their
Yeah,
First Amendment
isn't America
rights
supposed to be like, we have rights, everybody has rights? Looks like that's coming to an end.
Grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. It goes on to say, pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation
That is the
of transgender
most
ideology,
snowflake thing I've
sexualization of
heard.
children, has no claim to First
Oh,
Amendment protection.
kids shouldn't view it.
Child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically disruptive as
Okay, one is mentally disruptive, which can be fixed easily. The other, on the other hand, is an actual threat to our society. Wait, was that money we're getting? Is that because we destroy all those garbage plants? Probably.
Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be imprisoned. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders. And telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread
What?
should be shuttered. As far as I can tell, to them, pornography includes any discussion of being transgender or really discussion of sexual and gender identity, period, based
Dude.
on their reference to education.
So like, education-wise, even education.
To check out such psychologically destructive books as And Tango Makes Three, a book about gay penguins, and Sparkle Boy, a book about a little kid who wears a tutu.
Fun fact, the gay penguin thing's actually true. It's biology. It's adorable. They'll literally go and adopt baby penguins that don't have a home. Absolute W for the penguins. Oh, there's lightning.
Bible is
Yeah.
fine and definitely requires zero therapy later in life. A later chapter in the manifesto on
It's funny. Okay, I have to admit, what's funny is that they outlaw. They will basically like, for example, they outlaw polygamy. But didn't Jesus have like so many women in his life? I see this
Department of
funny.
Health and Human Services advocates that the president should direct agencies to rescind regulations interpreting sex discrimination provisions as prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, sex characteristics, etc. This would strip protections for LGBTQ folks, as well as women, it seems, given that gender identity is listed, effectively making current regulations around sex discrimination fully obsolete. The chapter further states that the next president should require agencies to maintain a biblically based social science definition of marriage and family.
Dude, that right when I read that, that one is what actually got me to start the stream. Dude, this is there needs to be a separation of church and state. We cannot let our government be ran off of that. I don't care what anybody says. The Bible should not dictate our government. That's just fact. That shouldn't happen. To do that is an atrocity to the American populace.
The next president should push to remove protections for same-sex marriage. And that's not the only reference.
And what's the problem with that, huh?
Sanctity of the family in the policy document. Its 920 pages are littered with references to the Bible and Christianity and the traditional family unit.
Screw traditionalism.
The most important community in each of our lives and the life of the nation is the family. Today, the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70%
Whoa!
black children. There is no
Whoa!
program that
70% of black children are built to unmarried mother. Oh, yeah, unmarried mother. Ooh, if you're born to an unmarried mother. Ooh, dude, you might be skirting the line there. You might not be traditionalists. Oof, yeah.
Place the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father. Which, first of all, that's some old school Republican language. The loud welfare queen wolf whistle from Reagan rings on into the night, I see. But also, frankly, as someone without a dad, I can confirm that actually the health insurance I had through the state as a poor, recently graduated 22-year-old paid for the therapy that I needed to fill that hole. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. But that's not the point. The point is to demonize single mothers, especially black ones, and place the blame of all of society's woes on the backs of individuals who just need to work harder to maintain their traditional family units, and not on the system that leads to impoverished single mothers in the first place, like, I don't know, the mass incarceration of black fathers, for example. One of the main stated goals of the policy is securing our God-given individual rights to live freely against the law.
To live freely, yep.
The opening note of the manifesto states, today the left is threatening the tax-exempt status of churches and charities that reject woke progressivism. They will soon turn to Christian schools and clubs with the same totalitarian intent. In the chapter on COVID-19 policies, the author
Oh
asks,
boy,
how much risk
this should be
mitigation
good.
is worth the price of shutting down churches on the holiest day of the Christian calendar and far beyond, as happened in 2020? What is the proper balance of lives saved versus souls saved? And the fact that these
Dude,
people
they actually had the balls to say that. Okay, there's a virus that is killing people and is very infectious. I think there needs to be, you know, someone putting their foot down to that. You know, maybe. Dude, these guys got some guts.
Government should be concerned with saving souls tells you enough about the belief system of the people.
We should save souls. We gonna let people get infected by COVID? Then sure.
God ordained the Sabbath as a day of rest, and until very recently, the Judeo-Christian tradition sought to honor that mandate by moral and legal regulation of work on that day, and blames consumerism and secularism for the decline in Sabbath observance. On Congress to encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act to require
Who cares? Blue laws need to disappear.
On the Sabbath, which sounds kind of nice except for the whole Christian nationalism thing. The chapter on the U.S. Department of State says that special attention must be paid to challenges of religious freedom, especially the status of Middle Eastern Christians and other religious minorities, as well as the human trafficking endemic to the region. But of course we know which religious freedom they're concerned with here. In all of this, Project 2025 essentially creates a blueprint for the proliferation of a Christian nationalist agenda at every level of government. You guys, that's just one pillar of Project 2025. This 920-page manifesto is pillar number 1. But it is the most extensive because it lays out the foundation for everything to come and how the next president should go about pushing every conservative talking point imaginable, all with the backdrop of eviscerating federal agencies and concentrating as much power as possible in the hands.
They better not touch pennies. They better not touch NOA and NWS.
They're calling the conservative LinkedIn.
They also have they have a bone to pick with scientists. You know what? You got a bone to pick with scientists? That's only because we can actually disprove all your bullshit. Right? We actually think with logic, not fantasy. And that's our difference. That is our 100% difference, is that we think with logic.
To be part of the personnel database, clicked on their website. So I thought, hell, maybe I'll apply. People are always telling me that I should get involved in government. They even had boxes I could check saying that I'm liberal and progressive, so it seems like maybe I'm welcome to. I just answered a few questions, and they were all interestingly worded as though they were trying to woke bait me, like, the gender wage gap is the result of prejudice and discrimination, agree or disagree. Or, the U.S. needs nationalized healthcare, agree or disagree. I answered honestly, attached my resume, and submitted. Happens next. Seems like a good way to keep abreast of developments. Seems like definitely...
Say liberals unite. We must purge. We must troll these guys. Trolls unite under one flag in these United States of America.
That's just like something I was thinking about. I'm just spitballing here, okay? I left the link to the application in the description just so that you can do your own independent research and form your own opinions. The third pillar of Project 2025 is training. According to the Project 2025
training.
website,
Get back to conservative boot camp.
covers topics ranging from how to identify appointee positions for which you qualify, to navigating the necessary background and security clearance processes, to recognizing and addressing the dangers of the administrative state. Potential appointees will learn the intricacies of the federal budget process, how to work with the media, managing congressional and stakeholder relations, the federal procurement process, and dozens of other topics that provide the knowledge and skills you'll need to be an effective presidential appointee. Current certificate programs offered are called Prepared to Serve, Conservative Governance 101, and Conservative Governance Advancing Policy, with more on the way. It appears that the application to take those courses is the same one to be added to the personnel database. So if you, for some reason, decided to, I don't know, submit an application and overwhelm their personnel database, maybe you would also be given access to these courses. I'm not sure. Definitely do your own research. The final pillar, pillar number 4, is the 180-day playbook. This appears to be yet to be written, but according to the website, the playbook would include a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for every single federal agency to implement in the first 180 days. This mirrors the plan that the Heritage Foundation gave to Reagan when he entered office, allowing him to hand off vetted conservative policy initiatives to each agency without having to do much work on his own. The Heritage Foundation, which is the creator of Project 2025, is seeking to redo what they did with Reagan, but put it on steroids. That 920-page manifesto is a good indication of the types of recommendations that they'll give to each agency. Okay, so I hope that I have sufficiently communicated the gravity of this plan. If a Republican wins the presidency in 2024, they will be handed this plan. They, of course, aren't required to do anything with it, in theory, but given that Trump and DeSantis, the two frontrunners for the nomination, are both batshit fucking off their damn rockers, it seems likely that whoever wins the nomination...
Can we please get, young people, younger people on the seat?
Lord knows Trump isn't going to read any of this, so he'll likely just hand it off, as is, to be implemented by people who can read good and stuff. So what do? We make extra damn fucking sure that the Republican doesn't win the election in 2024. This is an all-hands-on-deck situation, my friends. Do I want Biden? No, but he is once again the best choice that we have. You also need to vote in Democratic senators and representatives as well. You need to bring...
I'm not a big fan of, the Democratic Party, but you know what, honestly?
You need to call them ahead of time and be like, hi,
I choose them over this.
You need to be thinking about this early and often. You need to be just a little bit scared. Not to be fear-mongering, but this is genuinely a terrifying prospect for our government that feels really, really imminent. Of course, any of these unilateral actions that a Republican president could theoretically take could then also be challenged in courts, but he's packed the courts, including the Supreme Court, and the result of attempting to implement all of these new policies in the first 180 days would be sheer chaos. John F. Kelly, Trump's literal chief of staff, has said it would be chaotic. It just simply would be chaotic, because he'd continually be trying to exceed his authority, but the sycophants would go along with it. It would be a non-stop gunfight with the Congress and the courts. Even if the theoretical Republican president couldn't get through all of these policy proposals, it would still create a level of chaos that could further undermine trust in the government as a whole. The good news, if you could call it that, is that Project 2025 is radical. It does not comport...
It is very radical.
71% of Americans support same-sex marriage. 85% of Americans believe abortion should be legal under at least certain circumstances, and only 13% say it should be illegal under all circumstances. 69%
that gives me hope.
Believe that the U.S. should take steps to become carbon neutral by 2050. The number of adults in the U.S. who identify as Christian has fallen by 25% since the 1990s. For most people, Democrats, centrists, and even some Republicans, Project 2025 goes way too far and represents an upheaval and existential threat that is beyond what most people want to see in the U.S.
Wait, too far.
The more people who know the actual contents of the Project 2025 plan, the more people will get out and vote to make sure the hellscape it presents never comes to fruition. Sharing this video with your networks is a great place to start. If you liked this video, you might also like my video about why conservatives are obsessed with election fraud. Thank you to my Patreon supporters, including my newest patrons, and an extra special shout out to my multi-platinum patrons, Anthony Giles and Brett Piontek. If you're interested in behind-the-scenes content, access to my research and show notes, content about my dog, and all sorts of other stuff, consider joining me over on Patreon today. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye!
Dude, there is one movie I really want to watch. It's called The Adventures of Tintin. If you've never seen this movie, dude, go watch it. It's so good. It's funny. It's intriguing. It's just such a fun movie. Dude, what is this? What are you guys doing? Garbage. 6. Yeah, I think the reason our money went up is that we were actually, Yeah, these are expensive. Dude. Garbage is like the bulk of our money problems, dude. If only we had like a better way to handle garbage, we could just recycle. Dude, our garbage handling is so dog shit right now. Don't worry, guys. I'll help you out. Boom. Done. Oh, shoot. Most attractive city. I city's pretty attractive, but I think there's more cities that would be attractive than this. I think I can fix this. Watch this video about how to tips about this game. We're getting back to that much money again. Yay, people are finally using my bridge. Find our startups, look for a low print. Okay, we're about to run into a sucky part, which means that we're going to have to destroy this. I think this section of the city, I'm gonna devote this section to like low-end residential, basically like. What's the weather radar looking at? Oh, PSA by the way. The whole like project 2025 thing is the PSA, but double PSA. I will not be streaming from. Oh crap! I just Nope. No. Hey. It's okay. Hey, blue truck. It's okay. You can go. There goes the cop. I feel like I'm not killing people. I feel like people are just dying, and then they're not being taken away. I'm so glad I'm starting to learn my curves. Uh-oh. Howard. Oh, no you don't. You're paying. Aha! Try to defy me now, boy. Now you get powered by wind turbine. That's right. You pay my money. Give me my money. I need to alter this corridor. Is this highway already? Okay, good. It is highway. There's a very good reason this flood wall is here. Okay, go down here. Okay. Then I want to go here. And then I can put 120 meters. Over there, 120 meters. Come on, trash trucks, hurry. Alright, so I'm gonna do what this guy said. I'm gonna zone this place out. Boom, like that. That's perfect. So don't. Ooh, shit, there's a tornado in Oklahoma right now. To be honest, when is there never a tornado in Oklahoma? What's this even for? We are just working hard today. Let's make this place beautiful. Sorry. It has to be done. Sorry, this day was coming. I'll make a better place, I promise. Holy shit. Why? People's moving over here? Please move in over here. The better spot of town. Listen, folks, I'm trying to make your lives better. I just need to make way for a new city, new part of the city, because guess what? Exhume the bodies. There you go, we're making money again. Green energy, just so I can power the dead and get them out of the graveyard. Let's see, we got 2,900. Oh my goodness, we have 2,900 to go. Really? How did this get... Stop disconnecting! How do I supply resources? Hey, why am I losing so much money? Where is this coming from? Is it because of specialized industry? God damn it! Dude, literally what is going on? Why am I just going into debt? What is going on? This game never... Okay, so what the hell's going on? Why is it... Just keep going. If the blood pressures are not enough. Dude, immediately when I freaking... Industrial boom. Okay, this is the industrial boom. And can you explain to me why I went from $15,000 in income to $12,500? Not 12. This is literally driving me bankrupt, you dumbasses. Why is this not making me money? Alright, too late. God damn it.
My name is Snowy, and in this tutorial I'm going to explain you what you need to do when your industries are shouting for not enough raw materials. Now, when you start the game,
God damn it, dude. This is pissing me off. Because it's literally like, what did I do? Like, I didn't do anything.
Highway or through a cargo area or whatever. But eventually that will not be enough, and some of them will then start to complain and say like, not enough raw materials. Now the weird thing is, if you click such a building, we don't have one right now, but I do know what it says. When you click it, it says basically to you like,
stop losing money.
Make sure that there are raw materials in it.
Like I don't know what is going on.
On a warehouse, let's pause the game for a moment. You know, if you click on warehouse like this, you take a warehouse.
Wait, it's getting better.
Put it down here, like that. Then it says like, yeah, but where are the raw materials? I mean, these are products made by.
Tell me this actually works. Hmm, 15 tips for beginners. Maybe I should watch this.
Imagine the merging of trusted intelligence into a unified experience. Imagine collaboration amongst teams and across continents. Imagine an empowered ecosystem inspiring actionable insights. That's the Connect effect.
Come on, people. Please settle
I joined
here.
the Old Spice Air Rescue crew really to make a difference. I look around and see
Can we
guys
please,
like this with flag.
Hello, welcome back to City Clutter Plays. And today I'm going to give you my top 15 tips for beginners in City Skylines.
And though this is geared at beginners, even seasoned players may pick something up, so stick around and let me know if you do. Also, if you think of a tip I missed, drop it in the comments so we can all get better at City Skylines together. Without any further ado, let's jump right in. Tip number 1, pick your map carefully. The most important decision that you make early on in the game is selecting your map. The map tells your story, the kind of resources that you're going to have, the transportation connections, the theme of your map, and even the amount of area suitable for building. These are all things that without mods you cannot change, so if you're playing on the Xbox or PlayStation, you're stuck with this. And understand that certain maps, like Crater Falls here, no ship connections. It could be a problem for you. Or Fisher Enclave, no train connections. So if this is something you want to build your map around, you're not going to have that available to you in this particular map, and that's why it's so important for you to be thoughtful about this up front. The other consideration is that cities exist for a specific reason. So, did your city form around a forestry industry? You probably want to pick a map that has a whole bunch of that resource available. Is it tourism? Maybe you want some water. Or, you can be like me and pick a map that has a little bit of everything. The same information is available on maps you download from the workshop, so be sure to check this out if you download a map from the workshop as well. Tip number 2, do not overbuild. Only build what you need if you want to.
I overbuild, yep.
Check. Early in the game, it can be really tempting to overbuild your transportation network. Look at this for instance. This is a very complex interchange for what really is a town with no people. And even after we have people, have you ever seen a small town with an interchange this complex? So I encourage you to build with dirt roads. And early on in the game, you won't actually have to unlock. What you need to do is just draw a small piece of a 2-lane road, and you're going to unlock a bunch of new roadway options. I don't want you to obsess with your entryway into the city. It's not that important. The other thing that you shouldn't think about is having the perfect roadway layout. Think about the story of your community. Here, for instance, if you wanted to have an industrial powerhouse,
oh boy,
I would want to have my industry over here, next to this train line.
Wait, why did it just disappear?
Maybe I would put the tourism and housing over in this area. This right here might just be the very best way to start your city because it's inexpensive and won't bleed you dry on money, and it's very flexible. In this instance, I'm going to say that this city is based on industry. We're going to place our industry way over here next to the rail line. And we'll place our residential and commercial over here next to the river. This is also a way that you can plan out your city. If you really want to plan a bunch of stuff out, use dirt roads because they're inexpensive to maintain. And I would encourage
why did that building just disappear?
Larger transportation facilities until you absolutely need them. Use asymmetric roads if you can.
I could literally destroy my city if I just, you know, that right there.
3, place your water drain pipe downstream. Now I know, this one might seem really simple, but I've killed a number of Sims in my day, inadvertently making them drink poo water. We don't want to do that. So we're going to take the water drain pipe and place this downstream. And for a strictly vanilla player, this is going to be how you're going to do it, because you won't have access to inland water treatment plants or some of the eco water outlets which are available if you have some of the DLCs. Since my water is flowing from the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side of the screen, I place my drain pipe right here, and I will place my pumping station at the other end. And with that, you're ready to place your water pipes underneath the road right where they belong. Tip number 4, services that unlock are required. If you're playing through a traditional vanilla playthrough, you will reach different milestones that will unlock different services. I have just reached Little Hamlet at 500 population, and now garbage, healthcare, and education are now available to me. These are not optional. I have to place these in my city, even though they weren't required previous to this because I didn't have them unlocked. At my next milestone, Worthy Village, I need to place emergency services. If I don't place them, my city will burn down and be full of criminals. So make sure that you're paying attention to this new services section of the milestone.
Can we please build buildings over here and actually like make money?
I now need to pick up garbage from these homes now that I've unlocked the ability to place a landfill. Tip number 5, respect the topography. Build only where it's appropriate, and if you're going to build in more challenging locations, be sure that you're doing so in a way that makes sense by grading things out and having slopes that are reasonable. All of that said, in the early game, it's really difficult to do that because you cannot see your terrain heights unless you have a mod such as this one, Toggle It, which allows you to toggle your contour lines. Your ability to look at contours will be restricted until you reach the Tiny Town milestone when you unlock landscaping, and you can layer this with other tools. So for instance, by starting out with your gravel road, can click on your terrain heights, and now you can draw a road while you're looking at your terrain heights. At least on PC, unfortunately this is not available on console, which is a really big limitation in my opinion because I use this all the time. Unlocking Tiny Town also unlocks your landscaping and disasters, and I would highly recommend that you master your landscaping tools right up front. For instance, you have the Shift Terrain tool, which if you left mouse click, will create small hills, and if you right mouse click, will create valleys. For this tool, I would almost always recommend you use it at its lowest brush strength. Next, you have your level terrain tool. Click on this, and then you can right mouse click somewhere and take that height and spread it out everywhere. If you're looking to layer things in your terrain, this can be a very invaluable tool to
There's
use.
some problems with water.
Next is the Soften Terrain tool, and I like to use this one with a larger brush size. We're going to go with a medium brush size, and again,
You guys are so annoying. I'm trying to help you all out and increase economy.
within this tool will be averaged out if you're using this, and you'll be able to see the contour lines spreading. I use this at the lowest brush strength so that I'm able to control what I'm doing. You don't have to, but I find this to be the easiest way to use it. And then finally, we have the Slope Terrain tool. I think this is the most useful tool of all of them, and probably the most underappreciated and misunderstood. So with this tool, you can select it, right mouse click a height that you want to go to, and then find a location where you want to start and climb up to that height, and use your left button to slope to that height. And this can be invaluable if you want to be able to create a nice slope for a roadway to go up or down. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Except that this shouldn't exist. Tip number 6, provide transportation options across all modes. Upon reaching the Boomtown milestone, you will unlock buses, and the moment you unlock buses and other transit options, you should start to implement them. But it's not just buses, we've also unlocked trams if you have the Snowfall DLC. I'm going to place trams because it feels like the most natural thing to place in a historic city. So we'll begin by finding a home for our tram depot, and then we'll create our first tram route. This new tram route that we created is going to provide people options, other ways to get around other than driving. It's also going to boost property values in the vicinity and help our city progress. But I don't want you to just think about transit. If you have the Plazas and Promenades DLC, you can create small pedestrian areas like this one that I put together here. And even if you just have the base game, you can create small parks like this one with little paths that reach out in all directions, giving people another way to get around. If you have access to After Dark, you will also have bicycles in your game. One of the frustrating things is that you can't actually place roads with bike lanes until you get through the busy town milestone, but you will have the opportunity to place bicycle paths, and I would encourage you to do so. For instance, I decided to place this bike path right behind our main road that links together our industrial and our commercial and residential districts. People can get off the tram and take their bike and head down this way to get to work. I would encourage you to think about all methods of transportation and how you can use them to your advantage to get people around outside of their cars. Tip number 7, build things that you see. What you see right here is a high school campus, and if you are from the US, this probably looks very familiar to you. You have some athletic fields and then a large high school. And no matter where you are in the world, I'm guessing you can design a campus that reflects where you are. And even though we're good at building things like this, or maybe a small main street, or even a park, it can be tempting to build things you've never seen in reality in an effort to resolve problems in the game. I have never seen anything like this in reality, except for maybe in Las Vegas, a place that clearly prioritizes cars over almost anything else. So keep it simple. You don't need to overbuild. You don't need to build things you've never seen in reality. This, for instance, would be a better solution to that road crossing that we had over here. Reasonably, these sorts of pedestrian facilities are only for the busiest roads. When you take a cyclist or pedestrian and put them on one of these bridges, you are inherently prioritizing vehicles, and I would encourage you not to do that. Think about your Sims as if they are real people. They want to be prioritized when they're walking. It's a lot more effort to walk all the way up this bridge than it would be to drive a little bit longer. Don't be afraid to experiment and create things that you see in reality too, such as parcels. Right here, I added a bunch of fences in between the properties and given them yards. And I think that this makes a world of difference if you want to have a realistic feeling city. And look at this, we've reached Big Town, and the game is about to encourage me to do something that I would encourage you to avoid. Remember how we unlocked bike lanes with Busy Town? Big Town has unlocked the underground metro station. And I don't know about you, but I've never been to a small town with subway service. Number 8.
Febreze. Your bathroom needs Febreze small spaces. The always-on odor-fighting air freshener you set and forget. No outlets used, no batteries needed, no effort required. So your bathroom stays continuously fresh for 45 days. That's the power of Febreze small spaces.
Yes, it's making a wave.
Apply proper hierarchy across all modes of transportation throughout your community. You might be surprised to hear me applying hierarchy to all modes of transportation, but I think it's really important if you want the most effective transportation network you can. Hierarchy ensures that every purpose, either mobility or accessibility. And in practice, this is what this means. The road on the left is a highway piece, then we have an arterial, a collector, and a local road. A highway prioritizes mobility above all else, and the local road provides accessibility to local destinations. The roads on the left prioritize speed and efficient travel between faraway destinations. The roads on the right prioritize providing access to local destinations. Here's a good example of roadway hierarchy applied. The highway is right here. We've got a collector right here that would link this neighborhood to this neighborhood over here and give access to the highway, which is actually an arterial, which is why we don't have one of the 6-lane roads. Whereas there's only one access to the highway shown here, we've got 3 accesses to the collector. In the local roads, we have a ton of access. We can add as much access as we want here. This roadway layout will function very well. You'll have minimal backups. Things will just operate very efficiently. But you don't need to use the 4- and 6-lane roads to have proper roadway hierarchy. Here, for instance, I've taken the arterial and put trees on the side of the road, the collectors, I have the median, and then all the local roads have nothing. So right here, this road should be carrying most of our traffic in and out of the community. The roads with the medians, the collectors, should be carrying most of our traffic that goes from one neighborhood to another. Then the local roads are prioritizing accessing individual properties. Make sure that you don't have uses that generate lots of traffic on your arterials and minimize the number that you have on your collectors. Feel free to absolutely load up your local roads with uses that dump trips right on them. That's what they're for. But you don't have to stop at vehicles when you think of hierarchy. Here, I've applied it to the bike network. What we have here is a bike arterial. This will be our bike highway that links up one district to another, and you can think of the roads with bike lanes as collectors since they will gather all the traffic from the nearby local roads, which should be slow enough and safe enough for bikes to travel on them, or, in the case of City Skylines, on the sidewalks. If you think about these principles, it's a way to have a comprehensive and complete bike network throughout your entire community. Now, these principles of hierarchy can be applied to transit as well. What I've done here is created a train station. This is our intercity connection, kind of like our highway. And now here's where I say do as I say, not as I do. I've added a subway station right here. So metro going from the train station to our downtown area. And this will take you to some of our local transportation options. You can walk from the subway to our intercity bus terminal and then take any of the local routes to get around the community. And across this entire system, we have minimal stops with our train. We've got 1. For our subway, we've got 2, and they're quite a ways away. And then for our local service, our trams, and our bus, we have stops every couple of blocks. That is proper transit hierarchy, and you should apply that as well. And if you do this across all modes, you will have an efficient traffic flow in every city you build. I promise you that. Number 9. Many transportation problems are actually land use problems. What I've just done is taken every single recycling center in the build and put it right here on this collector. And what it looks like is we have absolute pandemonium. So what you might see someone do is build a highway, get rid of all these and put in a major arterial. But it's not necessary. In fact, I've upgraded this to be a 4-lane road, and that was unnecessary. The main problem here is we've concentrated a bunch of uses that generate a lot of trips onto one roadway. And now I've relocated those same 8 recycling centers to 2 new blocks, and look what it's done to the traffic in between our neighborhoods. It's much more manageable. I wouldn't have a problem with this. The other thing that I've done here is I've actually given this road a lane diet. We had 4 lanes here before, now we have 2, and it still looks good. And this is all because we have placed these appropriately. These facilities are now on local streets, and its traffic is being distributed before it reaches the higher classification roads. You should apply these exact same principles when you're placing unique buildings such as office towers. Spread them apart and don't concentrate them all on one road so that you can distribute the traffic a bit better. Number 10, give your buildings space. I don't know if you're like me, but I used to play the game just like this. I would utilize every square inch of the city and fill everything with buildings. Don't be me. Give your buildings some space. For instance, I've got this unique building right here, the Fresh Foods. And what I've done is added a bit of parking and given some space here so that it can breathe and be a special, unique place. And I've actually applied this concept to this entire build. This is a 16 by 16 grid, meaning that in the center there will always be empty spaces. But here's the thing I like about this. You could have a plaza in the center, you could add some pedestrian paths through here. When you increase density or add unique buildings, you have space to do so. It really gives you a lot of flexibility, and if you want, you can do what I did earlier and add these fences in here and have lots. But in the day, I used to just build these as efficiently as possible. I'd place the high school in the middle of the neighborhood and leave it alone. I encourage you to try to build a campus. Most high schools have amenities that are associated with it. Even if it's a very urban school, there might be a small field next to it just to play soccer, or there might be a tennis court or two. And if it's a more suburban site or a rural site like this one, you might see a whole suite of different athletic fields available. So absolutely let your creativity run wild and do as much as you can to make these buildings special places. Number 11, don't forget to landscape. And we're back at the high school because this is a great example of something I've done to give this place a sense of place. I've added landscaping and made this a much more interesting area because of it. And landscaping can be useful in awkwardly shaped parcels where maybe nothing else fits, and it can help elevate areas that are already unique and special. These are some of the older trees, but take a look at what this does to the space. I already like that more. And in combination with being able to change the trees on the road, you can make some very unique features in your city. I also like to use high vegetation to cover up terrain issues. Right here you can see that I've encroached upon the hillside a bit, and we've got this flat line right here. If you want to fix this quickly, a way that you could do it would be to take some of the larger vegetation and just place that along that contour line. You can even mix it up so that you have different types of vegetation and sprinkle in a tree or two. And now it looks like this is here simply to prevent erosion from occurring. I like that a lot. It also hides the lumpies and bumpies and looks a ton better. So definitely don't skip on your landscaping and be sure to think about it in all the places that you're building. It'll also give you a sense of pride in your build, or at least that's what I find. It makes each place I build just a little bit more memorable. Number 12, only subscribe to mods you will use. If you're anything like me, it's easy to go to the Steam Workshop and start to subscribe to everything that catches your eye. But you should be judicious with your use of mods, especially when you're just beginning. When you introduce a number of mods to your build, you can have unpredictable behavior, and there can be conflicts between mods. So I would highly recommend adding just a couple at a time, and really master those mods and understand why you have them in your build before you add new ones. I would also recommend creating a collection for your mods so that you don't lose track of what you have in your build. For instance, this is my Nicolay Bay one-click collection. It has all of the mods that I've used to make Nicolay Bay what it is. This is helpful for me if I need to reinstall Windows or reinstall my game, or I simply want to use a different Windows account. I can just subscribe to this entire list. And speaking of the Nicolay Bay collection, this is a great starting place for most people who would be interested in modding. It has some of the very best mods, including the Find It, Move It, Intersection Marking Tool, and the Network Multi-Tool as well. And if you watch the series, you'll find out how to use most of the mods in this list. And if you are interested in the Nicolay Bay collection, I'll leave a link in the video description. And I am actively maintaining this collection. You'll notice that right here there are a bunch of dates. I make changes and I let you know what changes I've made to ensure that all the mods in this collection are compatible with the current version of the base game. Number 13, don't be afraid to redevelop. What we're now looking at is the original part of this community, and what you might notice is that there's high-density buildings mixed in here. And that is because I have not been afraid to redevelop the oldest parts of the community. Cities are always changing, and you shouldn't be afraid to change your city. I know it can be intimidating, but feel free to demolish a whole block or 2 blocks or add new things in. That happens in reality, and doing so will make your city feel much more organic. Coming back to our recycling centers, one of the things I did is adjust a block so that I could fit 2 recycling centers side by side right here. It's changed things up a little bit, but it feels much more organic. We've broken the grid. It feels so good. So let your cities change and evolve. That's something that makes cities amazing. Number 4.
Fabrice, have you tried these new
I need to get this. I don't know why no one will like go over here.
I can turn it up. That smells like enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
Number 14. Be patient when you make big changes. So we currently have a massive death wave. This is pretty easy to figure out why this is happening. Our cemetery is filled up. So we're going to need to place another death care amenity. And what I'm thinking that we're going to place is this crematorium. So we'll use a bit of eminent domain on this home and place one right here. And if we look at our crematorium availability, it looks very bad. So you might be tempted to place a few more of these, but don't. Be patient. It took you a while to get in this mess, and it's going to take you a while to get out of it. So what I'm going to do is let this run for a couple minutes and see if we're able to catch up. And after letting this run for a few minutes, I can see a couple of things. Number 1, we're basically at equilibrium for our death care, and we've got a slight healthcare issue as well. So what we'll need to do to resolve this is focus on both our healthcare and our death care, which is something we might not have figured out if we just spammed our death care. So now I've added new healthcare and death care right up here to spread things out a bit, and that should resolve all of our issues. Let's let this sit for a minute and see. And now after just a couple of minutes, our death care is in check, as is our healthcare. Things are looking good. This same principle applies to so many different areas of the game. For instance, we have a huge demand for industrial, and if we add a whole bunch through here, we've got to be patient so that things reach an equilibrium. To meet this absolutely out of control industrial demand, I've taken all of these blocks and created them, and what we're going to do is zone these all for industrial. And now that we've done this, we should take this meter for a grain of salt for a little while. Sometimes it will drop all the way down, sometimes it will remain high until this all develops out. So you need to be patient and let this fill in and see what your city actually looks like. And after a few minutes of being patient, we can see that our industrial demand is rebounded, but it's not nearly what it was before. If we would have tried to respond to that, we might have doubled the size of our industrial area and had absolutely no demand. So this is an important concept in the game. Be patient. If you do this, what I just did here with a residential neighborhood, you will have crushing traffic as everyone moves into that neighborhood. Do not panic. Do not start to build gigantic arterials to your neighborhood. Let things reach an equilibrium. Things will calm down after a while. And this concept is especially true if you do anything with water. If we were to try to bring part of the ocean back, I would absolutely need to be patient to let the water normalize. And that might take more than a few minutes. And if we had enough water flow to dam any of this, you better believe I'm waiting a long time to let things normalize. Editor Phil here, you should save too. Save. Be patient and save. You will be rewarded for it. Number 15, stop focusing on traffic flow percentage.
Really? Oh, so that's how you're gonna play it. You gonna do this? Okay, fine. That's all I needed. That's all I needed for him to do that, and it became personal with me.
Oh, this one's going to be controversial, but before you just reject it, hear me out. Now, I think that this could be the largest mindset shift for most people. It's so tempting just to pop into your info view and look at traffic and look at this number and say it's 82%, I'm in a good place. But I'm not here. We've got some issues, we've got significant backup. It would be almost impossible to make this right-hand turnout here, and that's because we're having capacity issues. You have to remember that the average traffic flow is an average of the flow of all of your roads. So if you have a lot of roads and most of them are doing well, but you have a bit of backup here, you're going to have a pretty good traffic flow even though things aren't looking good. So rather than looking at traffic flow, let's improve this based on what we're seeing, significant delays. In this instance, I would take this main arterial and convert it to a 4-lane road. And then to truly uncork this, I ended up making our 4-lane extend to this road that was having all of the backup. And what we can see is that now we're no longer backing up around the corner. This is acceptable. Vehicles can be a little bit delayed. We don't need to give them free access to everything. When we do that, when we prioritize vehicles in that way, we end up destroying our cities and making cities that are 100% based on vehicular throughput, which is a really
I think
regressive
that's
way
what
of
I
looking
did.
at your cities. And before, we could have thought that our traffic flow percentage was absolutely perfect and left it alone. And it's basically in the same spot as it was, oscillating a little bit higher every now and then. But I would say that this is significantly better because we're not seeing those major backups 24/7. So look for those hot spots. And the other thing, when you see stuff like this, understand that it's not always bad. I'm okay with a segment of road that's showing as red, high utilization, as long as we don't have vehicles stopping and backing up. To me, this means that this is an important part of the community, and that's completely fine. You can see the exact same thing in commercial areas, and that's what makes a commercial area vibrant. So don't be afraid of seeing heavy traffic in your commercial areas. If you take it away, they're going to die. So you actually want this there. And those are my top 15 tips for beginners at City Skylines. Did I miss anything? Let me know down in the comments, or drop your favorite tip, and I will create a pinned comment of all of the best tips you leave behind. And if you're interested in taking a look at this city that I created during this video, I will drop a link to it in the video description. Thank you so much for joining me today. It is a pleasure and a privilege, and I appreciate your time. Take care. Bye-bye.
For tough stains, use Tide Fabric Rinse and get rid of deep setting stains better than detergent alone. Rinse away tough stains easy.
There is literally no development! Why is no one moving in here? Please move in! Oh, well, why did I not do that before? Nobody is moving in. Okay, we're doing pretty good. I think if we could just slowly, you know, slowly. Ew. That's my chair. That's not me. Oh. How am I getting more money than I was before? Stop complaining. No one asked for your opinion. No one asked for your opinion. Seriously, you guys are happy for toll booths? Move out of my way, Tweet. Bruh. House is already occupied. There you go, pay them tolls, baby. planet sound. Why is this being annoying? How are you not getting water? Yeah, the water tower? How are you guys not getting water? How are they not hooked up to sewage? How are they not hooked up to sewage? They are hooked up to sewage. This is bullshit. We literally have... How are you guys not draining sewage? Okay, now you guys are just being a little bit annoying. There's no way you guys can't be draining sewage because I literally have a place. But look, we have so many water plants and you're hooked up so many times. Okay. Dude, I literally have sewage hooked up. You dumbass idiots. You guys actually suck. Wow. I have sewage. Look, I have 2.2 million capacity. You guys suck. I'm so close to the You wanna be assholes? Idiot people. It's not that hard. All you gotta do is just... Why are you guys not... You guys are actually delusional. We do have sewage dumping spots. It's not my problem that you can't dump sewage, honestly, because guess what? We have dumping facilities. I don't know what these guys are doing. Look, we literally have 2.2 million gallons, 2.2 cubic meters of draining capacity every week, and we only fulfill 600,000. You cannot tell me. What? That's my threat. If you keep complaining about this, I will demolish the entire freaking neighborhood. Keep on going. Boom. Take this, criminals. Ooh, what the hell? That sound of my chair. Wait till you see the trash trucks come out. What the hell? Is there someone grave robbing? Oh shit, someone died at the senior home. That's just embarrassing. Yes. Oh wait, water, 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 water. This is pretty cool. I like that pattern. It's pretty unique. It's actually pretty dense. Bruh, that dimple. Buses! Uh-oh. I didn't jump for you. Well, not really, actually. Meep meep. Yay, bussy bus. Do your job, my dude. He just turns around. They're back. This is the result of it melting. I had to have this on my AC. Like how much our money goes up if we stop trash incineration. Oh boy. You know what happens when I eat chocolate? That's what happens. Look at, holy, there's those, I mean, not to be surprised, but there's so many garbage trucks. There's so many of them, look at them! All the garbage trucks! They're doing their job, they're going out getting garbage. Go get the garbage trucks. It's just a hot dog truck going down the road. Holy shit. This line of garbage trucks. Oh. Oh. Oh! That's more needed relief. Come on, hopefully the garbage trucks will be smart. Come on, garbage trucks, be smart. This is what's causing this problem. This needs to change. Hey, 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 hey! This! Holy shit! Just let me... What do you mean space are occupied? There's nothing here! What do you mean? Where do I go then? Asshole! What do you mean, dude? What do you actually mean? There's no... What do you want me to do? There's nothing I can do. There's no... Let's do this. Let's go European on that A. Haha, I went European on these guys. I'm so sorry. I like it's like fall off. The hell? These trash trucks, can they be nice? Or can they be smart? If they're smart, they want to go across here. You can actually tell which load it is. Can you name the garbage truck? Yeah, I'm just gonna, as a joke, I'm gonna call him Larry. Hello, Larry. I want to see. Imagine like later I find Larry's God ray shining up to the heavenly greats. Look, he's trying to merge in. Oh, they are using my my little ramp. Yes. Okay, these trash trucks are just being a little bit pesky right now. You know what? Let's use SPC today. For tomorrow. Come on, Norman. Oh, it is issued. Yeah, I'm gonna save that game and go. I'm tired. I wanna go to bed. We almost lost the world today, but hey, we did good.